Please, if you have anything to say, unmute yourself and speak. Or better still, you can indicate. Let me.
1,000.
Better still, you can indicate so that I can appoint you to speak. Please, what was discussed in our last meeting? What can you remember? Okay, please, Olamide, speak up. Olamide, please unmute yourself and speak.
Cost service is 3,400, 3,400.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Last lecture, doctor asked us to be talking on what we have been taught so far and how we understood what we have been taught in this particular class. So each one of us, we were coming out with to talk about what we were taught and how we understood it. So I personally talk on ethical dilemma when a social worker is faced with two options: despite confidentiality and self-harm. So I talked about a social dilemma that it is a situation where confidentiality will be breached because the client that is at the other end might either hurt himself or harm himself. And that is when you discuss the situation with a professional, a professional to look at the situation. For instance, in our class, we were taught about couples that came for counseling, and it was realized that the other party, maybe the male or the female, has HIV virus, and they want to go into marriage. And that person confided in the social worker that things like this is wrong with him or her, and they want to proceed into the marriage. In a situation like that, a social worker will not be able to be quiet about it, but rather refer the client to a professional. Maybe. Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
Olamide, we can.
Sir, you are hearing me, sir? Network. Hello, sir.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, ma. So when that kind of person should be referred to a professional that will handle that case instead of keeping mute and they go and they proceed into the marriage and something else happened. Then I also talked about the VAP law, the Violence Against Person Prohibition Act, that is against all these injurious acts against women, like the genital mutilation, psychological abuse, domestic abuse, and all. I also talked about that there's an act that is against such practice in Nigeria. I talked about that. And I talked about social work having 3 legs. I can remember I talked about it. That is the studentship, that is ongoing learning, that as a student of social work, we must continue to learn. We must continue to go to conferences. We must continue to attend seminars. We must continue to read. Because since a challenges comes up daily, then we must be able to read, to equip, we must be knowledgeable to equip ourselves with the tool. Then I also talked about mentorship, no, consultation. That is consulting people that are older and more knowledgeable in this profession. As a young social worker, there are people we need to talk to. We need to ask questions, especially when our efforts are not yielding results. We need to do consultation to consult people. Then also talk about leadership. The leadership, we are being tutored to be a leader. And as a leader, there are some tools that must go with us as we go in this journey. I think that is all I talked about last week. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for that insightful recap of what you did last week. So basically, from your submission, it is obvious that all you did last week was just a recap of all what we've been doing as far as this particular class is concerned. However, going forward, we would pick it up from where we stopped the other time we met, which we talked about the various responsibilities we have as social workers, and we stopped at client transfer and record keeping, where we emphasize that when a new client is referred or approaches the social worker is expected to discuss with the client whether consultations with the previous service provider, colleague, or agencies will be of the best interest of the client, to know if you're expected to take it up from there, or you're expected to still rely on the information or to share the information you have with your colleague. So you still need, it's part of what is referred to as informed consent. And we also dwelled, we also talked about the fact that while a social worker is expecting or accepting or transferring a client, the social worker must ensure that all the information that are necessary and pertaining to the clients are shared to the, so that continuity of the service will be smooth and beneficial. So there are reasons why these provisions are in place, because sometimes you might likely be so attached to your client to the point of you not being comfortable with the fact that your client is leaving you, and it will amount to a form of uh, boundary violation, or will I say an unethical practice, to withhold some vital information that will aid the therapeutic process of the client, your agency. So what agency or your colleague that the client has been referred to needs. First, you need to approach the client to ask if you are at liberty, or if you're free to communicate those information to your clients. Secondly, you need to make sure you transfer all those vital information as far as it concerns the client, so that your other colleague can pick up from where you stopped. Failure to do this can serve as a ban on the wheel in the therapeutic process. So you want to be careful not to be caught in the web of unethical practice. Going forward, we'll now be looking at ethical responsibilities as professionals. One of the responsibilities you're expected to abide, or in practice, what you're expected to adhere to, is professional competence. Now, what is professional competence? Like Olamide just said earlier, one of the legs in social work entails that you need to continually learn as far as you're a social worker. So that means, in my own opinion, or in a concept I was able to project or design, I stated that as a social worker, you're a student. A social worker is not an end, or being a social worker does not mean that, okay, fine, you've arrived at a place. It is just a beginning of a journey. So social workers are expected to be competent, and one way we express or display our level of professional competence is the fact that social workers are expected to accept employment or consultation. Social workers are expected to accept consultation based on their the required qualification in social work, as well as specific competence in the prescribed area. So if you call yourself a social worker, then you must have a specific area you're qualified to practice. And that area should be your bound. Yes, and if need be outside the expanded bound, what you're expected to do is to transfer or refer such client to the appropriate agency, which will also require your professional competence, your ability to identify where or the necessary and the right agency to refer your client to makes you competent too, right? Social workers are also expected to remain proficient in the professional practice and are expected to continue to improve knowledge, just like we said earlier. Because you're a social worker, you're a family social worker, you're a community development social worker, the moment you're made a community development social worker, that means you've arrived and you'll be dormant. At some point, you won't be resourceful if you fail to keep up with tabs or keep tabs with the recent developments. So that calls for constant capacity building. That calls for constant personal development. That calls for constant research, attending workshops, seminars, and lots more. So you want to review your professional, you want to review some professional literature and participating in continuing education. Going forward, we'll now be looking at your responsibility, professional responsibility to private business and dishonesty. At some point, you might decide to go into private practice as a social worker. So you're not expected to, or social workers should not permit their interest in private business or any nature to interfere with their fulfillment of their professional responsibility. What comes top, or what should come top of your mind should be that it should be your client's interest. And the fact that you're expected to make money or make ends meet should not be burdensome on to your client, right? And I remember emphasizing in this class, if you happen to be in to be working with an agency, and you're supposed to be at work, let's say between 8 and 4 p.m., 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. And within this time frame, you're supposed to dedicate this time strictly to work. Now, if you see yourself using part of this time for other things that are not of interest to your professional responsibility, then this is a violation of the ethical code or standard of practice. So you're expected not to allow your private business and dishonesty while practicing. So do not allow your private business to interfere with your professional responsibilities. We hear of some person saying that, well, of course, we happen to find ourselves in an environment where things are permissive, but that does not mean we should allow it rub on us. We need to make a difference, and that makes us social workers, right? So keeping in view the core values of social workers are expected not to associate themselves with fraud, deception, or dishonesty. You're not the one doing it, but you're encouraging someone else to do it. And please, whatever wherever you find yourself, try to disassociate yourself from deception and dishonesty. Misrepresentation too is something we are also expected to pay close attention to. Social workers should not make any form of misrepresentation to the client or the employer or the general public. Now, for me to drive home the point, for us to get the point, just permit me to use this scenario. There are times because probably you're interested in a particular client and the client comes to you. This client is handsome and you're a lady, or this client is beautiful and you're a guy, and the client's social worker, because although you're married, but because you're interested in the client, you start presenting yourself like you're not married, you're single, just because you want to capture his or her interest. This is an example of misrepresentation. Another example of misrepresentation to the employer is a situation where you claim to have some certification that you do not have. We have instances where some nurses in the UK were deported. We have instances where some Nigerians were asked to Nigerians were asked not to adhere, or will I say accept or recognize certificates that comes from a neighboring countries. That's because people go there to falsify documents and come back to the country to see how they can use it. So a social worker is not expected to cut in the web of such mark or misrepresentation. You must ensure that their representation to the authorship and accurate. Be it your birth credentials, your experiences, your authorship. In fact, there was this particular video I watched on social media. A young boy was trying to lift something, a load that the parents kept somewhere, and immediately the load somersaulted because the child's weight was too light. And someone now commented below and said, "This is what happens when you lie to your employer that you have the necessary or the required experience." So sometimes we try to panel beat our CV to make it look like, okay, fine, we have some necessary or required experience. A social worker is not expected to cut it to be. So whatever information you have should be accurate, please. Okay. Going forward, we'll now be looking at ethical responsibilities to social work profession. This entails loyalty, integrity to the profession. So this entails loyalty. That means as a social worker, you're expected to be loyal to your profession, to the profession. You're expected to have integrity to the profession. Now, what is loyalty? Loyalty entails that, or specify that, you attach yourself to something until the purpose for that attachment is being fulfilled. So, if you are asked to do something, you're expected to accomplish your responsibility before separating yourself from that responsibility you are assigned to. So by the time you take the oaths as professional social workers, as a licensed social worker, you are expected to abide by the standards, ethical code of the profession, the principles and values of the profession. You find abiding by these principles and code of ethics makes you loyal to the profession. You trying to avoid some form of misrepresentation and dishonesty makes you honest, or makes your honesty and integrity stand out to the profession. So social workers are expected to relentlessly work towards improving their knowledge and skill base. One thing you need to know, or one thing that should not escape your mind, is the fact that the social work profession is knowledge is broad-based. It draws knowledge, ideas, theories, philosophies from various disciplines and from various backgrounds. So you need to constantly improve your knowledge as far as the profession is concerned. And let me disabuse your mind. If you're here because you feel, okay, fine, I just want to get the license to enable me to be fit for a particular job description, then please, you're getting it wrong. If you're just here because you just need it for some form of promotion and the rest, then you're getting it wrong. The main point should be constantly developing yourself. That is the idea, right? Social workers must work toward maintenance and setting high standard of professional practice, keeping in view the values of social work. So whatever you're trying to do, no matter how good your intentions are, please, you must weigh them on the scale of social work ethics, principles, and values. If it's tilting towards the opposite direction, then you need to have a rethink. So whatever you're doing must be in tandem with the social work practice, principles, values, and ethics. Social workers must ensure that their practice environment provides the much needed privacy. Yes, it's not just about talking about confidentiality. It's not just about talking about security. I remember while growing up, I happen to have parents that they will tell you, okay, fine. The issue of security is not just about yourself alone. If you see a sharp object on the path, probably within the house, you see it and you avoid it. That's not enough. You need to take proactive measures to eliminate that stuff so that others too will not stumble on it. So that's social work for you. You said, okay, fine. I will make sure I keep clients' information safe. I would adhere to the principle of confidentiality. That's not enough. Is there anything around you that can encroach in your efforts to maintain the principle, or to keep the principle of confidentiality? Now, let me also disabuse your mind. You might also be found guilty or liable to malpractice suit if you happen to find yourself in a situation whereby a client's information leaked out, not necessarily because you told someone, but because you did not take the proactive step to eliminate whatever, let's say, structure or object within the environment that might likely lead to breaching that confidentiality. So you need to take it upon yourself. An example could be you're working in a health facility, and ideally the folder of a client is always considered to be a confidential document. Yes, and because you're eating, a client comes to you and you're eating, maybe your husband or your relative came to visit you and you were discussing when your client came in and you're eating, you now say, okay, please, sister or brother, help me check that folder there. That's the client's folder. Please bring it. Give it to the client. Now, in the process of your relative carrying that folder, he or she might stumble on a very confidential information there, and in the process, leak it out. This is not you leaking the information out. This is not you directly breaching the principle of confidentiality, but it's because of your failure, because of your will I say your inability to take charge of that professional relationship. It is now leading to a situation where your client's confidential information is being leaked out. So in that situation, who do you think will be liable for malpractice suit, or who do you think will be liable for breaching the principle of confidentiality? Of course, you, the social worker, who is supposed to secure this client information. But because you failed in doing that, it has now stumbled on someone else, and the person is now leaking the information. So this, what this entails is you're not just expected to say, okay, fine, I will uphold the confidentiality of this client. Please, you're also expected to make sure you eliminate whatever is going to lead to breaching the confidentiality of this client within the client's environment or within your professional practice environments. So please take note of these vital points. Going forward, we'll now be looking at the ethical responsibilities of social work institutions, which has to do with administrative transparency, financial transparency, ensuring credibility and high standards. What is expected of a social worker as regards administrative transparency? Social workers employed as administrators in social work, educational institutions, as directors, principals, head of departments, and fieldwork coordinators are expected to be transparent in their activities, keeping in view the core values of social work in the particular value of integrity. Now, when it comes to issue of transparency, one example that should always come to your mind is the issue of power. I keep telling my students that as social workers, you have power. You should understand the dynamics of power, and you should understand the level of power you have, and you should understand the human nature as regards to power, what power can do to humans. So we are humans, and we are not immune to how humans react to power. So relatively, as social workers, we have powers over our clients. So imagine you're made a fieldwork coordinator or supervisor in your office. That makes you more powerful than your other colleagues. Now, you should be careful as to how you wield your power. You should be transparent. And you should also have in mind the core values of social work. The way you're wielding your power, is it in line with the value of social work? One of the core values of social work is to fight injustice. Now, as a social worker who happens to be a supervisor in the office, or a field coordinator, are you wielding your power in an unjust way? Now ask yourself, or try to weigh your activities on the scale of the value of social work. Will it be tilting toward the opposite direction? Then you need to have a rethink. Because that way and manner in which you're wielding your power is against the value of social work, which is to fight injustice. So if you're not using your powers in an unjust way, then you're not practicing social work. Your practice or your responsibility will be subjected to scrutiny, will become questionable. Social work administrators must also ensure that every form of discrimination is avoided in the administration of educational institution, agency, organization, and what a few. One of the things, or one of the core values of social work, is to challenge repugnant practices, understanding, rendering services in a way that will uphold the worth and dignity of a person. And this cannot be, this cannot be encouraged in an environment where there is discrimination. So do you use your relative power, because you're the head, you're the superior in that office, in a way that would discriminate some persons from the other people, or relegate some group of persons to the background? That will be you not adhering to the ethical responsibility as regards administrative transparency. You can apply this in various forms. I'll try to look for some examples. Like I told you earlier on, I like it. I don't know how your exams will look like, but I like it when my students give me respond or react to my answers with examples, right? Going forward, we'll now be looking at financial transparency. Now, let's take time to dissect this. Whenever you hear finances or financial transparency, it comes with a lot of responsibility. This is because it's in the human nature to be found wanting in this area of life. You might see a man that is very honest when it comes to other human relationship. You might see a man or a woman who is very faithful to his partner.
Is the portal for payment of school fees open now? Is it open?
might see. Hello, who is talking? Lucky Ekbo. You're trying to say something.
No, sir.
Okay, please mute your mic. I don't know who is this Galaxy S9. Kindly edit your device to reflect your name. Thank you. Now, financial responsibility going forward, like I said earlier, we need to pay keen attention to this aspect of us, because it is natural for us to tilt towards the negative sides, especially when we need money. You know, definitely man's needs are insatiable, and then there is always need for money. So if care is not taken, you might be found wanting. So you need to pay attention. In fact, I keep telling people in my place of work that I don't like being asked to take charge or being sent to area where I'll be charged with the responsibility of finances. Not because I am dishonest, not because I have that tendency of stealing money, but because I am human. And you're not just human, but you're working with other persons that might put you into trouble. So social work institutions, agencies, and organizations must be transparent in all financial dealings, keeping the value of integrity. So whenever it has to do with finances, especially with your clients, you need to be very careful. I'll give us an example. You might be wondering, what will concern the social worker with administrating, overseeing the finances of his client? Now, let's assume you happen to find yourself in a hospital setting or a healthcare facility, and there's what we refer to as case management. One of the aspects you need to assist your client is to help your client have access to the needed fund to care for his or her medical bills. When the client comes to the hospital and the client is diagnosed, and probably after diagnosis, they now those in health record now come up with the cost of managing the client. And the clients and the cost is about 500,000, and the client says, I have just 150,000 naira. Now, in case management, what is expected of you, the social worker, is to assist that client, not just to have access to resources, but to have access to the resources and manage it, to make sure the reason or the reason for which the client came to the hospital would be addressed, and the client will be discharged successfully. The first thing you do is maybe you take the money in his or her hands, and you record it somewhere. And you start to see how you can assist the client access further funding, probably from philanthropists or some NGOs that are saddled with the responsibility of assisting people or indigent patients. Now, it is possible for your client to start feeling that, this money where my social worker don't collect, so this my social worker, they chop my money. It is natural, especially if you're doing things without letting your client know how you're spending those monies and how the monies are coming in and going out. So whoever is making contributions, those transfers, those payments need to be exposed to your clients. And whatever deduction you're making, whether from the client's account or directly or indirectly, you need to explain to your client how those monies are spent or will be spent. That's part of you being, or that's one of the ways you can be transparent when it comes to finances. Another example could be in your NGO or in your agency, you're saddled with the responsibility of managing the finances. So it won't be out of place if you look for opportunities to expose or relate to your clients how monies that came into the agency were spent within the week, or if possible, you can make it on a monthly basis. This is so important because once there's a question mark as to how monies are spent as a social worker, it will lead to a drastic reduction of the trust that your client or even your colleague will have on you. And once there's that drop of trust, then it becomes very difficult for you to gain back that trust. And it's very difficult. It will be difficult for you to now to continue to practice as a social worker without you being subjected to unnecessary scrutiny. That's why you need to pay attention to that aspect, especially if you find yourself if you find yourself handling such responsibility. Going forward, we'll now be looking at ensuring ethical responsibility in ensuring credibility and high standards. Social work institutions, agencies, and organizations should thrive or strive to ensure credibility and set high practice standards. So this is not just the role of the agency, it is also the role of all social workers who happen to find themselves in that agency. So while others are doing things the way they do, you want to know that as a social worker, your hands are tied and you're expected to do something in a particular way. So that by the time you're faced with some, will I say, a panel that is trying to investigate a particular malpractice suit, and when you're asked, what did you do when you notice that, okay, others were not doing things the right way? What did you do as your responsibility to ensuring credibility and high standard? You'll be able to state what you were able to do to maintain this high standard of professional practice in social work. Social work practice or social work institutions, agencies, and organizations must set examples by providing quality service, by employing qualified, experienced, and deserving service providers. Now, as a social worker, you might be contracted to help conduct interviews or source for employees or employ potential workers to a particular agency. So because some persons are from your village or your state, it's not enough for you to just grant them a particular job when they fail to meet up with the criteria or the requirements, okay? So you're expected to uphold, or as a social work, or as a social worker, or a social work institution, organization, or agency, you're expected to set an example in providing high standards of quality service by making sure the set of persons you employ, their experiences, and their services meet the requirements. Going forward, we'll now be looking at value conflicts. Value conflicts. So we are done with those ethical responsibilities. Let us now look at value conflicts. Now, I would like to get your opinion. Let me engage you in some form of critical thinking. What comes to your mind when you hear the word value conflicts? Now, in line with what we've discussed so far as regards to the value of social work, what would you consider or what would you refer to as value conflicts in social work practice? Please let me hear your opinion. If you have anything to say, unmute yourself and speak, or indicate so that I can appoint you to speak. Galazi S9. Please edit your device. I don't know why. Galazi X9, edit your device to reflect your name. Okay, Theophilus Odinma, speak.
Okay, good day, sir.
Yeah, good day.
Value conflicts, by my own understanding, I think is a compromise of core value to selfish and personal interest. Example, someone who has a societal value. For example, you have your dignity, you have been, doing well, honest and all that, try to be upright. But at some point in time, there is an opportunity for you to maybe opportunity presented itself for you to make some money or save money in at the expense of the value, your core value or the value of the site. So you compromise. So that's the conflict. So there's a conflict there. Some maybe will be reasoning, they'll be thinking about, should I do this? Should I not do it and all that? So at that point in time, there's a conflict between the core value and the what if you cannot then you join them. That's my own understanding about the value conflict. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
The points from
Hello. Hello.
hello. I hope I can
Hello,
be heard.
sir. Hello, sir.
I hope I can be heard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Who is speaking, please?
Ronald.
Okay. Ronald, let's hear from you.
Sir, my understanding on value conflicts is when there are an issue, somebody now compromise because of that issue, that a social worker shouldn't be compromised in any situation before his or her client. For example.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Hello, sir. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
So, for example, you might have a client. Let me just use the family case work where a woman was battered by the husband and the woman ran to you under domestic violence. And it happens that the husband is a well-to-do person in the society. And you use, because of what you gain, maybe financially, inducement from the man, you now compromise with the standard of a professional social worker of dealing decisively with man, because domestic violence is one of the violence that attracts heavy penalties. And you use, because of what you have gotten or what the man will be rendering to you, you start compromising with the standard of what you should have done in that particular matter. That's my text.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald. Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald. Okay. I can see the hands of Nonyelom and Ogunlejika. But let's take that of Nonyelom first, please. Please, Nonye, unmute yourself and speak.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. I understand value conflict to be a situation whereby two different individuals or groups have different values and they are conflicting. The values might be good, but at the same time, these are conflicting values, which might make them end up having disagreements or falling out, able to resolve in the end or not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that nice comment. Please, Mr. Ekpoloki, can you mute your mic? Kindly mute your mic. Mr. Ekpoloki, mute your mic, please. Thank you, Ms. Nonyelom, for that fine contribution as to what value conflict is. Okay, can we now hear from Ogunlekija or Ogunlejika? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, good afternoon.
In my own opinion, Value conflict stands for, occurs when there is a differing opinion between two people or ideas. And you just cited an example of recruitment. The ethics, in this case, you want to look at it from the angle of professionalism. When the ethics of the profession states that if like the scenario you created about employment, we want to employ, and it is the ethics that we must, people that are qualified for the job must be, but because of conflict, we have our values will be lowered because we have somebody from our ethnic group, so we want to favor that. So we compromise in maintaining the professional standard by giving the job to somebody that is qualified and the best hand for that job. So there is a conflict between the idea of the profession, the ethics of the profession, and our own value at that point in time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your wonderful and beautiful comments. Okay, we appreciate those interesting comments. Well, if you check the charts, Dr. Atere just made a comment there. I think he's trying to react to one of the examples that was given to us by one of us here. He said that social workers don't deal with anyone decisively. So you want to take note of that too. While relating with your client, it is not in your position to deal with client or anyone decisively. Okay, I think that's in reaction to one of the examples one of us used here. Going forward, a value or value conflict can be referred to a situation, just like you've all rightly said, can be referred to a situation whereby the social worker's value clashes with the professional, or the social worker's personal value clashes with the professional's expectations or professional's values. So that is why, as a social worker, you need to keep your biases, your excesses in check. We all come from a particular place. We all come from we all have a place of origin, or we all have our own personal belief system or value system, right? Now, there are ways other persons do their things, or there are ways people do their things, and there is an expectation of the social work profession based on the profession's value. Now, value conflict is now pointing to a situation where the social worker's personal opinion or worldview is conflicting with the professional's value. I don't know if that is clear. If that is clear, let us now consider some examples. Or going forward, we can also look at conflicts or value conflicts as something that happens every day. Clash with the value system of a client, clashing with the value system of an agency, a co-worker, or a society in general. So this clash or this value conflict is not just about your own personal values with the professional's value. Your own personal value might also be clashing or conflicting with your colleague's personal value. Your own personal value as a social worker might be conflicting with your agency's value. It can also be conflicting with the general society's value. So value is something that happens frequently every day. It's something we as social workers cannot avoid. Now, let us look at some of the examples. The reason why we are exploring these is to enable us put ourselves in a position to know how to address this issue. The example is can
you have been calling me, you have been flashing me. I don't know who is it.
We can look at this example. It's whereby you happen to know that your sister or one of your relatives is having issues with drugs. And you're now trying to say if you should tell your mother or your parents or not. Now, we'll now see the problem or the challenge of honesty and loyalty. Now, honesty, you're supposed to, or you're expected to be honest to your parents. You're expected to be open to them, letting them know, okay, fine, this is what is happening. But then, as a social worker, you need to be loyal to the profession. So you see that it's conflicting. Another example would be a situation where, as a social worker, you're in a position to teach children to respect authority without question. Yes, we have we happen to find ourselves in this part of the world where children are expected to do everything without questioning because they are children. Now we now see that there's a conflict between tradition and independent thinking, which has to do with, to some extent, allowing the clients, or the person in question, to make decisions for his or herself. Another example can be a family, or a family is one of your most important values, and you are offered an amazing job across the country, far from family. There will not be a conflict. Do you accept it? Which has to do with family tradition versus individualism achievements. Now, these are examples of everyday value conflicts. I don't know why Mr. Lucky has refused to mute himself. Please, Lucky, your background is disturbing us. And the worst part is he's not even here. Please kindly mute yourself.
Yes, I'll mute you, sir.
All right. Let us now look at some examples of professional value conflicts. One, your boss wants you to provide therapy to young children, but you've never been trained in therapeutic work with kids. And you know that as a social worker, earlier on we talked about professional competence, that you're expected to limit yourself within a particular area of expertise and to continue to develop your skill, your capacities in that area. And your boss is now telling you to now render service to children when you have little or no knowledge in that area. There'll be a conflict, professional conflict, right? Another example could be you're working with a teenager who wants you to attend college, but she has been told by her parents that she's needed to care for her younger siblings and assist in the family ministry. So there will be a conflict. There's a professional conflict there as to which site to censor to assist the client make the right decision. Another example could be a low-income client who won a settlement in court 2 weeks ago, but it is now gone. You now discover that he has spent on a huge TV and weekend gambling spree. So there's now a conflict as to whether to decide on how this client should make judicious use of whatever comes to his or her in terms of his or her finances. So generally, conflict is, or a value conflict comes to play in a situation where your own personal value conflicts with the values of those around you, both in practice and in your relationship with your client or your colleague, and even the profession. So it is key, or it is important for us to identify these value conflicts to enable us address them. Earlier on, we talked about ethical dilemma. So this is not far-fetched from what we discussed when we talked about ethical dilemma, being faced with two opinions that are right, two conflicting opinions that are right. Now, problems faced by the social workers in ethical decision-making. Ethical decision-making is difficult in any society, and it can result in consequences for the social worker. So the social worker may have to suffer losses because, or the client may have to suffer losses because his or her decision often than not harm the interests of some individuals or groups that intend to benefit from the situation. An example of some of these problems can be crisis of values in Nigerian society. Many societal issues, social scientists have commented on crisis of values in Nigerian society, which include values of honesty, concern for others, accountability among government officials and corporate bodies. We see that we happen to find ourselves in a situation whereby these values among these bodies, or values among these bodies, are lacking in Nigerian society. And according to some persons, these crises are caused because we have forgotten our ancient values. And for others, this crisis or crisis of values have been caused because Nigerian society is still undergoing the modernization process. So social workers have to live and work in such situations. And in these situations, they have nothing to do because they are naturally affected. The system is dishonest, the system is not accountable, and you find yourself in that situation. So until we begin to get rid of this mentality, as the social workers, we need to see how we can still survive within while trying to do our best to eliminate these aspects, even though you cannot on your own eliminate them. 2, voluntary association as money-making ventures. The availability of large funds from international and national donors, as well as local and government sources, have led to setting up of numerous non-governmental organizations or voluntary agencies. And many of these agencies claim to work for the people, but the reality is that they are using this money for personal use. They are making use of this money for their own selfish interests. Corruption and misappropriation of funds, lack of accountability, and improper accounting procedures are some of the allegations that have been placed against these agencies. As a social worker, you happen to find yourself in a such an agency, your hands will be tied. They advertise a job that they need social workers to do this, to do that. And when you finally get the job, you notice that what they are claiming to use this money is for, they are not actually using it. Definitely, there will be a conflict of your own personal view or expectation, the professional's value, as well as the agency's value. Now, what are the problems faced by social workers? A continuation of what we discussed earlier. Lack of common perspective in social work-related issues. Now, there was a time when, and I think we are still struggling with that in the Nigerian society. We lack that central curriculum on how to handle issues. At some point, we're lacking when it comes to the academic curriculum. A situation where you go to different institutions and you will notice they are doing different things, although effort has been put in place to unify this curriculum, which speaks volumes on the fact that as a profession, we are growing and we are making adjustments. So the Nigerian society is caught between traditional and modern forces and is faced with a number of problems related to such issues. We also have different groups that are influenced by westernization to varying degrees. All these cause problems to social workers in interpersonal relationships. So while we try to have a central way of doing things or a unified way of doing things, people are influenced by different worldviews or opinion. We have different groups in the Nigerian setting who want to see things or do things differently. And that is because the profession lacks a unified perspective. And like I said earlier, gradually we are beginning to come to a consensus to try to see how this can be addressed. And one of the key, the key players, the frontliners to this unification is the C-ISOWN. Powerlessness of social workers. In this class, I remember there was a time we came up with an example whereby when we're talking about informed consent, a situation whereby your boss might likely ask you to do things without giving you a well-documented approval or consent to do that. And we try to see how we can work our way around to ensure that we still get our client consent documented to avoid being liable to malpractice suits or boundary violation. There are another situation where, as social workers, we find ourselves in an agency where our hands are tied. For example, if you go to various healthcare facilities in Nigeria, by default, the medical doctors are often made the CMD, and it is often said that who pays the piper detects its tune. So definitely, most of these chief medical officers in our healthcare institutions would often want to detect as to how social workers are expected to carry out their responsibilities. And this is one of the reasons why the social work responsibility in healthcare facilities have been relegated to just a particular area, which has to do with sourcing for funds for indigent patients. If you visit most of the hospitals today and they tell you, what's the role of a social work? They will tell you, it's just to identify indigent patients and help them to access funds. But whereas the role of social work is in a hospital setting is all encompassing. It is broad. But because we are powerless, because those at the helm of affair detect what should be our responsibility, then our hands become tied. Then we'll be experiencing, or we'll be faced with value conflicts as to what is expected of us in such a setting and what is obtainable in the agency. Sometimes the social worker will be faced with problems of lack of accountability, negligence of staffs, vested with interest, and the presence of criminals in welfare institutions. The social worker will have no choice but to go along with these, as he or she has no power to change the situation. So anything beyond these involve risks, and not everyone can afford to go to that extent. So that is why in some cases we see that, okay, fine, we have social workers and we still see some level of lack of accountability in that institution. That is because of the situation the social worker happen to find themselves. Their hands are tied. But then, as the profession keeps growing, there is that promise, or is promising that things will change. Of course, the society is dynamic, and we hope that with time, we will find our footings well-grounded. And that also calls to mind the importance of programs of this nature that afford trainees like you to be better equipped on how to handle the social work profession in a competent way. Going forward, lack of support from civil society. In Nigeria, the social work profession is still struggling to gain attention and recognition from government and the society at large. And the misdeeds from few social workers, many of them are not even professionals. Sadly, the Nigerian society cannot even distinguish between a professional social worker and a voluntary social worker, right? And this have contributed to loss of image, social work profession. People suspect of social issues. So you see that people cannot even differentiate between who a social worker is and a philanthropist. Some persons just claim to be social workers when they are not. But then, like I said earlier, gradually we will get there. And kudos to what the C-ISOWN is doing to contribute in making sure we have competent professionals to handle the social work profession. Going forward, we have lack of professional bodies and professional support. The existence of professional body can give the much needed training and support for social work profession. And if any social worker, secondly, if any social worker is being harassed for legitimately raising relevant issues, the professional body can give him or her support. But in our situation here in Nigeria, we lack that body. Earlier on, we talked about lack of support from civil society. Earlier on, we also talked about powerlessness. Let's assume a social worker happened to find himself in an agency that directly or indirectly they promote some kind of detrimental services to the clients, and they are not accountable. If the social worker happens to raise alarm or to whistle blow, that social worker will go down the drain. That social worker will be haunted. And if case not taken, that social worker will lose his job. But if they happen to be a professional body and professional support, whenever a social worker whistle blow and forces try to run down that social worker, this professional body will come to the rescue. And that is why we are also using this medium to advocate for the need for a professional body that would man the affairs of social work, so that social workers in their various area of expertise in their various agencies can always feel free to identify a potential problem or a problem and whistleblow immediately without being afraid that, okay, fine, those that matters would come after them. And by so doing, there will be sanity as far as social work profession is concerned. Because one of the rule the social worker play is advocacy. One of the rule we play is whistleblowing. So a situation where we are powerless to whistleblow, it becomes a problem. And one of the reasons why we can't even whistleblow is because we lack that professional body. Another challenge is the fact that as a profession, there is lack of importance given to studying and discussing professional ethics. So while all social work educators consider social work ethics to be important, it is given secondary importance in the curriculum. Students frequently consider it to be idealistic. That is, it's not something that can play out in real life. And that is because of the environment we find ourselves. That's because of the environment we find ourselves. In fact, let me tell us. Adefunke, your mute, your mic is disturbing us, please. Can you mute yourself? Now, there are some persons that feel that nothing good can come out from this nation, from this country, Nigeria, because it is believed that Nigeria is down the drain. Nigeria is so corrupt that nothing good can come out of it. That is how bad it is. So even when students are taught on the ethics of the profession, some social work students still believe that it is not possible, it's not obtainable, and as such, they just consider it to be idealistic. They just get the idea, write exams, to pass exams, and that's all. They don't even go forward to try to see how they can apply or translate this to practice. In fact, social work syllabus of some universities in Nigeria do not even capture ethics as a component for classroom teaching. That's one of the reasons why we find ourselves where we are. Going forward, we'll now be looking at professional boundaries. But before we proceed, so far, we've talked about values conflicts and the problems faced by social workers as regards to values conflict. Please, do we have any questions? If you have questions, please feel free to ask so that we can now proceed to professional boundaries in social work.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Please, who is speaking?
Amalaya Kolade, sir. You
Okay.
talk about value conflict. So when there is conflict in the from the as part of the workers, social worker, this thing, how are we going to solve it? When there's conflict between the workers and the member.
when there's conflict between the social worker,
Yes, sir.
the social worker and the client, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? Yes. Okay,
Yes,
fine.
sir.
Now to answer this your question, first, one of the things you need to know as a social worker is that in your relationship with your clients,
Okay.
your client's interest should be top of your mind, not your own
Okay.
interest.
Okay,
And
sir.
while trying to assist your clients, what you should always remember is the fact that you're not assisting your client based on your own worldview. You're assisting your client based on his worldview,
Okay.
things he or she cherishes. You're using it to serve as therapy to the client. I don't know if you
Okay,
get the
sir.
point.
I got it, sir.
From your name, you're from the West, and
Yes, sir.
one of your favorite dishes is amala and ewedu, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you get the point, right? Uh-huh.
I got it, sir.
Now there are some, maybe you have a client from another part whose will I say whose form of delicacies might be, will I say, might not be appealing to you. That does not mean because you have your own appealing delicacies, you want to assist your client based on your own worldview. No.
Okay.
Keep your biases in check. Do not allow your biases to intervene in the process of trying to assist that client. Keep it in check. That is why one of the principles in social work is non-emotional involvement.
Okay.
So keep your emotions in check and assist your client for who they are.
Okay.
The only time you're permitted to try to see how you can help via psychotherapy, assist your clients to adjust from their normal way of doing things, is when you notice that what your client have been practicing over the years is the reason why they are in a particular situation. Probably his culture, his tradition, and their total way of doing things is what is relegating him to the background or subjecting him to some form of suffering. Then all you're expected to do is to shield your clients from having access to that thing that is perpetuating the pain, and try to remove your client and remove that particular problem from that environment. And what you need to do in this situation is to engage your client in psychotherapy, to adjust your client thinking, to help your client see that, okay, fine, this thing you hold so tight, so dear, is what is the cause of your problem. And you're not doing this because you feel that from your own culture is the right thing to do. No. In fact, there are times the solution to your client's problem might be repugnant to you, but because it's a solution to your client, you bring it as a therapy to your clients. So why we are bringing this to the fore is to help us identify the fact that, okay, fine, in social work practice, there is value conflict. And there's need for us to identify where these conflicts can arise and how to address them.
Right, sir.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. My second question
All right.
is that from the example you gave, from the example of everyday value conflict, it says in case your mother and sister has a drug, so you tell your mother, your sister has a drug problem. That one, how are we going to solve it? Because it's your sister and then your mother. You have to be loyal to both sides. So how are you going to solve that?
Will telling your mother solve the drug problem?
You know, your sister is taking drug. My sister is taking drug. So and I need to tell my mother about it.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
No, I'm talking to you as a professional now. I'm talking to you as a professional now. Will telling your mother solve the problem?
No.
Okay, now probably that your sister is an adult, and probably she happened to tell you directly because she trusted you.
Okay.
Did she not see her mom?
She did.
Before leaving her mom to come and tell you. It's possible she left her mom to tell you because she trusts you.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you get the point.
I got it, sir.
So you need to uphold that trust.
Okay, sir.
You
Thank
need
you,
to
sir.
uphold that trust. So what is expected of you is to put measure. You're a social worker. Your mom might not likely be a social worker. So
Yeah.
immediately you tell your mom the first thing your mom is going to do. The first thing your mom is going to do is to broadcast the information. Hey, my daughter don't kill me. Drug for which house? Before you know, multiple people don't hear them. Abi?
Yes.
And you should also know why people abuse drugs most times. It's because they are depressed. It's because they are depressed. So now, we're telling your mom, and your mom escalating the information. Won't it further depress your sister? Now, as a principle in practice, and ethics in practice, you're expected, once a client come to you, directly or indirectly, to express his or her concern, what you're expected to do first is to accept your client and shield your clients. Set a barrier from between your clients and that thing that is pursuing your clients.
All right, sir.
So avoid exposing your clients to further danger. Now, if you now happen to tell your mom, for example, you're not being helpful and useful in this situation. So the purpose for your sister telling you have been defeated. Instead of you shielding your sister from that harm, you're further exposing her to the harm, because the more she is depressed, the more she will still resort to drugs. I don't know if that is clear.
It's clear now. Thank you, sir.
All right. Any further question, please? I want us to round up this class today. We have about I think we have about 43 minutes remaining, and we have about 8 pages or 8 slides. I think we can quickly do that in the next 30 minutes. Is there any question? Okay, let's proceed. In the absence of any further question, professional boundaries in social work. Please, let me get your opinion. In your opinion, what do you understand, or what would you consider to be professional boundaries in social work? Let's brainstorm, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Olamide, good afternoon.
Yes,
Please
sir.
speak.
Yes, sir. Yes. What I understand by professional boundaries, they are professional limitations. They are like a line that's a social worker or a professional social worker cannot cross. Is a boundary. That means we are working within a principle or a code of ethics of that profession. So it's a boundary. That means there are some things we cannot do. No matter how, like the example you gave about Nigeria, about dishonesty, about non-accountability and stuff, there are some things we cannot do. So we have boundaries. We cannot cross that boundary. For whatever reasons, we cannot cross. So every profession has it. Like our own principle, our own ethics here of confidentiality, of ethical dilemma and source. So we also have boundary that guides our daily activities. And that boundary must be maintained no matter what happens. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that beautiful contribution by Olamide. Any further comments?
Hello, sir. Hello?
I can see the hand of Theophilus. Oh, please, Theophilus, unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good everyone, good day, fellow colleague. Talking about professional boundaries, in fact, a typical example is the example that social worker Atere doctor just gave. It is not in the within the boundary of a social worker to deal decisively with erring persons that has gone against the law. So that is a clear example. That is to say, we don't go beyond our profession. We stay put within the limits of the profession of social worker. So that is what I understand about professional boundaries. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that fine comment. Okay, Ronald, go on.
Sir.
Proceed.
Professional boundaries in social work. First of all, social work is a scientific discipline, and it has a code of conduct. Those code of conduct, professional ethics, are where our goals, objectives of social workers or social work is being outlined. How we should do things, mode of practice. If we extend out of such confine, we are now stepping out of the boundaries of social work. Let me give an example. We are being seen as a problem solver. As a social worker, we deal with individuals, families, and community at large. Now, as a social worker, we don't have to go and do the job of a law enforcement agent, leaving our boundaries to do other professional duties of other disciplines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rona. That's it. So you were able to point it out that leaving the boundary of the practice or profession to doing something outside the professional's mandate. Exactly. So simply put, professional boundaries in social work refers to those expectations that binds or revolves around you and your clients in the course of your professional relationship with your clients. So anything above that professional relationship, it becomes a boundary or professional boundaries and a boundary violation, right? So now those boundaries in social work refers to guidelines and expectations, rules, ethical standards, technical standards in social care environments. These set limits for safe and acceptable as well as effective behavior toward workers or by workers towards their clients or their professional practice. So those guidelines that defines how a social worker is supposed to relate with the clients, how the social worker is supposed to intervene in a client's problem or situation, is what is referred to as professional boundaries. So anything outside these guidelines can be considered boundary violation, as we would consider consider if we proceed, as we proceed rather. Please, Lucky Ekpo, Chukwumachi Nenye, and Theophilus, kindly mute your mics. So maintaining professional boundaries in social work is important in helping your clients to uphold the standards of your profession. You know, oftentimes I keep telling us that in social work practice, it depends on how you uphold the professional standards that will determine how the client too will respect that professional relationship. Because those guidelines are not just there to keep the social workers' excesses in check. It is also there to guide the client's excesses so that the client will not also take, because we too, we are exposed as social workers, we are also exposed to some form of hazards. Of course, your clients can even take advantage of you. But those professional boundaries in social work can help keep the client's excesses in check too. So this is important. And the social work profession is built on interpersonal relationship. Social work assumes that helping people who struggle with poverty, trauma, oppression, mental problems, or disadvantages is necessary for the functioning society. So because social workers often, social work often involves sustained interaction with individuals, it becomes very important or necessary that you establish professional relationship or professional boundaries with your clients. Now, going forward, What is boundary violation? Like we said earlier, going beyond the expanded boundaries of those guidelines that are in place to guide the professional relationship is what we refer to as boundary violation in social work. Now, the primary issue with boundaries has to do with the power differentials between professional and the client. Now, a situation whereby we are talking about boundary violation, the power dynamics that exist between the professional, between the service user and the service provider, which is the social worker, is the fact that the social worker has power more than the client. So the social worker might knowingly or unknowingly wield powers in a way that would be detrimental to the clients. So the social worker is expected to be careful not to allow personal needs to distract the therapeutic relationship. Personal needs like sharing cell phones, home telephone numbers, inviting the client to your house, sharing your address to your house. Galaxy S9, Galaxy X9, please, you're in class. Galaxy X9, kindly mute yourself. Kindly
Please, I'm
mute your mic.
muting it. I
Galaxy
keep
X9.
muting and you keep asking and I keep muting. I don't know what to do.
So a social worker is expected, or a professional is expected to avoid, or is not expected to share his or her personal information with the client. For example, sharing your personal cell phone number with your client, your home phone number with your client, your home address with your client. These are examples of boundary violation. Now, what are the ethical issues related to professional boundary violations? Sharing your clients or sharing your address with your clients, especially when you're single and even when you're married, can lead to some boundary violation. So you not sharing in the first place is a way of you taking proactive steps. It's a way of taking proactive steps to avoid boundary violation in the future. Now, professional boundaries in social work and other helping professions are limits in the therapeutic relationship that the provider is responsible for establishing and maintaining. So the social worker must understand what professional boundaries are and must identify poor ones. So the social worker must also take steps to create healthy boundaries from the very beginning of the relationship. You see that time you're having contact with your client for the first time, please, it will resolve a lot of problems. From the beginning, you're expected to initiate some boundaries. Because how you start that professional relationship will determine how you're going to end it. So there are some things you cannot correct. In fact, if you make those mistakes from the beginning, you find yourself in a serious problem and you start regretting. So it is necessary and very important for social workers to establish this bound or create these healthy boundaries from the beginning. Now, how can these boundaries be established? Establishing rules of contact. One, tell your client what numbers to call in crisis situation. Yes, it is true that your two does not mean you should tell your client your phone number. It is wrong. We often find ourselves being caught in the web of this. Sometimes the agency you work with might not be structured in a way that would allow us give or our client have access to is a dedicated office line. You could have a personal number for that purpose. That number is only given to your client and is your work number. So that you know that, okay, fine, when you're off duty, you can switch off the phone or you can decide not to take calls from that line. So it is important to provide all your clients with a list of numbers to call in an emergency. When we talk about emergency, it might not necessarily be you. If your client is having crisis and you're in a healthcare facilities, you can link them to emergency. You can give them emergency number to call. Otherwise, your client may try to contact you and only you. And make sure that you provide your client with numbers for your office and after hours answering services. That's 24-hour call center. Secondly, refrain from giving out your personal contact information. Avoid telling your clients your contacts. Telling your clients to contact you at all hours and giving out your personal cell phone number or email or your home address may lead to unprofessional dynamics. So be careful. It may also cause your clients to lose trust in you. For example, if your client happens to call you late at night and you're very busy with your house responsibility and you're not able to take the call or respond to your client's call, your clients might lose confidence in you. So you want to be careful. Now, you also need to protect your privacy on social media. Your client might be tempted to friend you on Facebook or other form of social media to keep contacting you or keep interacting with you in this context. This could breach professional boundaries. So make sure your Facebook settings is placed in a way that your profiles set private or are limited to people you have approved to follow you. So if your client can access information about you publicly online, this could lead to a conflict of interest. There are some persons, if you go to their Facebook profile, or their social media, you will know them down to the house. You know their address, you get their phone numbers, you get their email address, you would know them where they are living. Apart from professional practice, it's not even safe. It's not even safe to have such information displayed out there. I know we are looking for jobs, but then there are things you need to keep personal until when asked. And you know that, okay, fine, I'm giving this to a trusted body or institution, right? So do not seek out information about your client online. So your client should not be your friend, or your client is not expected to be your friend. Same way you're not expected to expose most of the information to your client. Do not even bother asking your client about his or her information. It is not necessary. Because those information you're asking your client about themselves will give them the boldness to want to ask about you, right? So be careful. And try to set your social media in a way. Some of you, if you go to Facebook, your friend who traveled to Lagos or who is in Abuja or who is in Calabar will stay there and enjoy himself and will start taking pictures and will now tag you and say, Augustine enjoying himself in so and so place with 99 others, as if you went there with them. So what we are trying to say is that as social workers, you're expected to put your social media profile, keep it low, and put it in a setting whereby people who have access to you to follow you or tag you are people you approve. The fourth point is maintain confidentiality. Now, it is important that you do not disclose the details of your client's struggles out of the professional context. Do not discuss your client with your friends or family members at social gatherings. Because if you do this, the confidential information relating to your client, or he or she must sign a valid consent form, which gives you permission to do this. So the only way, like I told us, there is always an exception to every rule. So if you must share any confidential information of your client to anybody, then you must get the consent of your client. And your client must consent to it by signing, and you must have evidence so that in case your client is claiming not to have given you the approval, the consent to do that, you have something to use in defending yourself. If you are discussing confidential information with your colleagues or a supervisor, then make sure that this is done in private. Yes, the fact that you have a responsibility to you have to keep the confidentiality of your client. You also have responsibility to your profession and your colleagues. So there are times you need to, convey your client's information to your colleagues, probably when trying to refer a client, transferring a client from one agency to another, or you need the support and assistance of your colleagues. Of course, they need to know what is happening to your clients. And when you're doing that, please make sure you do that in a private place where people around will not peer in to hear what you're discussing. And why it is not wrong to share this information with your client is because the same principle that binds you binds your colleague, because they are social workers too. They are expected to know how to keep this information safe. Demonstrating clear interpersonal behavior. How can we avoid boundary crossing? From the beginning, the social worker must have basic skills of intermediating in social problems. So during the beginning phase, you're expected to introduce and identify yourself, seek introduction from your prospective service user, that's your client, and others involved. Following the exchange of introduction, you're expected to describe the tentative initial purpose for the meeting, and identify one or two or more professional roles that you might undertake. After doing this, you're expected to establish clear physical boundaries. One of the most effective ways to establish clear professional boundaries is to let your behavior set the standards. Your words should be your bound. The way you dress too should also tell others what you stand for. For example, from the beginning, you tell you're supposed to meet with your client probably, let's say, tomorrow by 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. rather. And your client happens to be there a few minutes to 1, only for you to come 1:30. Ab initio, you've destroyed that professional relationship. You're sending a wrong message to your clients. So from the beginning, you're expected to set clear boundaries, and this is done by your action. Your words should be your bound. If you say 1 p.m., let it be 1 p.m. If anybody is coming late to that session, let it be your client, not you. And you also need to be careful to avoid touching your clients. There are some of you, or some social workers, or some persons, naturally, they can't communicate without touching the other person, unless you're communicating over the phone. Please, your client is not expected to be touched. Don't touch your client, including hugging, caressing, holding your client. This might send some unintended messages to your clients. You need to be intentional when relating with your client. The way you talk and the things you say, please explain it in a way your client will understand, so that you won't be saying one thing and your client is understanding another thing. Let it not be that your client is coming to explain her marital issues with you, and you're so empathetic, you're so concerned to the point that your client will now start thinking, I wish my husband were to be like my social worker, or I think my social worker is having interest in me. See the way he's touching me. See the way he's checking my temperature to know if I'm fine. Please establish that clear boundaries. By so doing, it will help to put some other will I say, issues that would spearhead or that would project itself in the future as far as that professional relationship is concerned. Secondly, you need to dress appropriately. So your dress style will also signal professional boundary to your clients. If you dress shabbyishly, it will send a message to your client that this my client too would like it if I put on something sharp. So don't be surprised if you dress anyhow. Tomorrow your client will come to that session with a bomb shot or a mini skirt. And especially to guys or male social workers, that will be detrimental. That might jeopardize the professional relationship. Thirdly, please make sure you use appropriate language. Avoid using profanity. Even if your client often speaks this way, please don't speak that way. Oftentimes, we might be tempted to want to communicate in a way that we can reach the heart of our clients. Yes, that's good. But then there are some street vulgar that we need to avoid. Especially with these Gen Zs. There are words they use that comes with a lot of meaning. So to avoid misrepresentation or misunderstanding, please don't try to speak the way they speak. Because some of their will I say, their street language comes with a lot of meaning that can be misapplied. Refrain from discussing your personal life. Your client came to you for assistance, not for you to gossip or to talk about your personal life. So you might feel the urge to discuss your personal problems or difficulties in order to relate to your clients. But your clients benefit more from your professional expertise than your personal life experience. That notwithstanding, there are times you're expected to bring in your personal experience to assist your client, to let your client know that, okay, fine, this problem you're experiencing have been there before. But then you should know that that's not primary. What is primary is your expertise. Your expertise can go as a long way than you relating your experience. So oftentimes you can even relate your own personal experience without even letting your client know that's your personal experience. Another thing we can do to avoid boundary crossing is establishing or avoiding dual relationship. What is dual relationship? Your client that is with you happens to come to you because he identified your agency or you as a social worker as having solution to his or her problem that can assist him or her to navigate through his or her problems and settle for a better option. Your client is not your friend. Your client is not your business partner. It's not your customer. It's not your acquaintance. Probably the reason your client came to you is because of his or her problems. Now take that problem off. Probably you wouldn't have had contact with your client. So that relationship that introduced you to your client is enough. Any relationship other than that relationship that brought your client to you is an additional relationship. Adding to the primary relationship makes it two. And that is what we refer to as dual relationship. So as a social worker, you're expected to take proactive steps to avoid dual relationship. And what are these things we can do to avoid dual relationship? Watch for conflict of interest. Dual relationships are relationships in which you interact with your clients in a setting separate from your professional work. In the day, this particular person is your client. But later in the evening, is your friend. You're together watching football. You're together drinking beer. You're together playing games. That is dual relationship. So if you are a social worker in a small community, it becomes a challenge because there's a chance that you might meet your client in other contexts, such as church, school, or in other social settings. But try to limit your contact with your client in these situations. Because the more time you spend with your client outside professional relationship or professional context, the greater the opportunity for a breach of professional boundaries. So if you attend the same church as your client, avoid joining the same volunteer committee or attending the same Bible study class as your client. If you run into a client in a gym, or if you happen to register with a particular gym, and you notice that your client is also registered in that gym, please, if possible, stop going there. For the ladies, or even the guys too, and if you notice that your client likes going to a particular salon to make her hair, if possible, please stop going there. Now I will explain. Places like barbing salon or hairdressing salon, for the women you can identify with this. These are places people stay to gossip. And let's assume your client notices you always go to that place. Your client might start feeling uncomfortable. That is possible one of these days, if she's not there, he or she is not there, you're likely to share his or her information with others there. So to make your client comfortable, please, if possible, stop going there. And apart from that, having contact with your client outside professional context might be bringing your client so close and making it possible to avoid boundary violation. Because by the time people are so close, there's room and tendency for conflict. So do not do favors to your client outside professional settings. Do not agree to give rights to your clients or to babysit for your clients. This can easily compromise professional boundaries. Remember, we would always say that social work practice or profession is scientific. All these examples are tested and confirmed. So we do well to adhere to them. Secondly, you're expected to avoid or prohibit sexual relationship with your client, whether directly or indirectly. Sexual or intimate relationship with your current clients are unethical and inappropriate. I underline the word, your current clients. If a person is your client and you're being intimate and you're having sexual relationship with that, is unethical. So you cannot have sex with a former client or current clients, and you cannot accept a client with whom you've had an intimate relationship with. You may lose your job or you may be prosecuted for doing so. So former client could also be harmed by sexual relationship due to your privileged knowledge of their casework. So never enter into a sexual relationship with any of your clients, relative, or close friends, if possible. Underline that word. This relationship could also potentially exploit your client and their treatments. If you find yourself developing romantic feelings towards your client, excuse yourself from the case and refer the person to another social worker. I think we can now see the exception. So if you must proceed, then you must not take up the case. Thirdly, decline to enter into financial relationship with your client. Yes, sometimes you may be tempted to have a very rich client. When we have a very rich client, we now say, this my client can help me. Let me tell my client my problem. Please, no. You must never give your client money or accept money or gift from your client. Do not engage in relationship where your client gives you additional money or gift for things unrelated to social work. And do not borrow money from your client. Do not borrow or lend money to your client or even from our client. These are actions that can easily confuse your client and put your client in an exploitative position in relation to you. Now, this is the truth. If you accept money or give money to your clients, whatever decision your client make, and even when your client have consented to it, your client might still hold you accountable that she accepted or he accepted to a particular choice because you gave her money. Or you're so passionate about his or her problem because he used to give you money. So whichever way around, you need to be careful. It's a dicey situation. So if at all you need to have any financial dealings with your client, please, you should know that your client is not your business partner. Let it be after that professional relationship. Fine. Or if you think this particular person is a potential customer, same way you're expected to refuse or decline from going further with that client when you have emotional relationship or a intimate relationship with a client, the same way you're expected to decline that client going forward or refer the client to another social worker if you must pursue another relationship with that client, be it business or sexual relationship. Boundary crossing. I hope that is clear. Going forward, now be looking at boundary crossing. Earlier on, I talked a lot about boundary crossing, and I want to believe what really is all about. So without emphasizing, of course, when a social worker is involved in a dual relationship, and we explain what we earlier on explain what dual relationship is all about. So when a social worker is involved in a dual relationship with a client or a colleague, that is not intentionally exploitative, manipulative, deceptive, or coercive. A boundary crossing occurs when the social worker shares personal information with his or her clients. Boundary crossing can be avoided when a social worker tries to avoid sharing personal information and avoid taking advantage of his or her clients or abusing his or her clients or even abusing the authority deposed on the social worker based on the power dynamics or the relative power you have over your client. Now, being open about your action is good advice because it gives colleagues and your supervisor the opportunity to point out how your actions could be misconstrued by the client. So if you do not feel comfortable sharing what you're doing with, then you probably should not be doing it. Now, this is the point. If in your relationship with your clients, you cannot share it with your supervisor or your colleague, then that means something is wrong. If you cannot comfortably tell your client, your colleague that, this is what I'm discussing with my client, this is what we are doing, or this is how far we've gone, then that means you're doing the wrong thing. So ask yourself, in my relationship with my clients, am I too intimate? Can I share whatever we are doing with my colleague and my supervisor? Will it be questionable? If you find yourself wanting, then know that you're doing the wrong thing, then you should stop it. Because it might place you in a situation where you'll be liable to malpractice suits, which will eventually lead to you losing your job, your license, and even serving jail term, depending on the situation. Going forward, what are the reasons for maintaining clear boundaries? One of the reasons, according to Freud in 2002, is that it serves as protection of the therapeutic process. So boundary violation or maintaining clear boundaries can serve as a protection. A professional relationship is fiduciary. So it is not a friendship, and even minor boundary transgression can give a mixed message. So the boundary symbolizes limit of professional transaction. 2, protection of client from exploitation. So this maintaining clear boundary can put the excessive of the social worker in check to avoid taking advantage of the client. We are humans. 3, protection of social workers from liability. So you see that this maintaining clear boundaries is not just a protection to the client, it's also a protection to the social worker because the social worker can also be exploited by the client. So the previous discussion of malpractice suit attests to these needs, that a social worker can be taken advantage of. So maintaining clear boundary can help protect the social worker from being exploited or taken advantage of, right? We've talked about what boundary violation is all about. And what are ethical boundary violation? That is EBV. Let us quickly look at that. Ethical boundary violation in social work relates to the core values of services, social justice, dignity, and of the individual, the importance of human relations, integrity, and competence, according to the ethics of the National Association of Social Work. So this code of ethics has been in place since 1996, and the expectation of behavior among, or that spell out the expectation of behavior among social workers as a reference to determine what ethical behavior should be given in a particular situation, and a set of standards to help assess whether a social worker has engaged in an ethical conduct. Earlier on, we talked about the ethics of social work, which has to do with service, justice, social justice, dignity of individual, importance of human relations, integrity, and competence. So how does ethical boundary violation relate to the code of ethics? Some of the basic ethical expectations of social workers include maintaining confidentiality, obtaining informed consent, and avoiding conflict of interest. So example of breaches in each of these cases will be disclosing personal information. Information about the client. Sorry for that break. So social workers sharing information about the patient or the client to the social worker's friends or relative, treating a client without obtaining consent, and using the professional relationship for personal gain, or to further the social work religious business or personal or political interests. Sexual contact with a patient or a client is absolutely forbidden under any circumstances. Now, EBV as it relates to colleague. Social workers are expected to act ethically towards their colleagues as well as patients or clients. So the code of ethics says that the social worker should treat colleagues with respect. Now, if it's the best interest of the client, a social worker should consult with colleagues. So that's how EBV relates with colleague and lots more. So no social worker should involve a patient in dispute with a professional colleague. No social contact with students or trainees. It is forbidden. And it is also forbidden to harass or to sexually harass your colleague. So same way it applies to your clients, it also applies to your colleague. And the reason is because oftentimes you might be your colleague, you might be superior or maybe your supervisor to your colleague. So if you now try to have some form of a sexual relationship with your colleague, it will now be interpreted this way, that you're using your power, your relative power as your colleague's superior or supervisor to exploit your colleague and engage him or her in a sexual relationship, which will now violate the ethical boundary, or which will now be a form of boundary violation. Now, what are some of the behavioral factors that may signal boundary violation? One, like we said earlier, when a social worker gives the client his or her email address, phone number, when a social worker communicates with his client via text message, chatting, and the rest, when social worker is warm nurtured and enjoys physical connectedness, you're so connected with this client, you always want to see this client. He raises dust, right? When a social worker spends lengthy phone hours with the client and lots more, you can explore more of this behavioral fact that will put a social worker in a position or a situation where it will signal boundary violation. Now, it's good for us to explore or identify this to avoid putting ourselves in that situation. Now, what are the consequences of violation? Although the code of ethics is a guide rather than a law, like we said earlier, ethical violation by social workers can result in professional sanctions. What are these sanctions? Sometimes a blatant violation is not necessarily ground for legal action or sanction. For example, a social worker must violate the usual ethical standard of confidentiality to report a child abuse or a potential for suicide. Like I remember setting this, using this as an example in our class earlier on, because there are room or there are exceptions to this rule. So if a social worker wants to keep confidentiality, there are exceptions to this rule. For example, if a social worker senses that his client wants to commit suicide, you're in a position to report to the nearest law enforcement agency. That will not mean that you're liable for any legal action, because it is illegal for one to take his or her life away. And it's illegal for you to be aware that the person is about to take his or her life away without reporting to the necessary government agency to take action. But then, in this situation, it is required that the law take precedence over the social worker's ethical obligation. But then, if a social worker is caught in the following, or if a social worker is caught violating ethical boundary, the social worker is bound to face or experience less satisfaction of job, less personal free time with friends and family, co-workers' frustration, burnout, fatigue, compassionate fatigue. And I remember I took time to explain what compassionate fatigue is all about. Compassionate fatigue is a situation where the problem your client is experiencing, is now being transferred to you because of your too much attachment to the client. It can lead to boundary violations, can also lead to loss of job, loss of license, loss of professional identity, loss of peers, and loss of personal relationship. So in conclusion, social work professional ethics and accountability is important for maintaining public trust, for ensuring the quality of social work services, and for safeguarding the welfare and rights of clients. So it is supported through various instruments, including professional supervision, peer review, ethical oversight, bodies, and regulatory framework. So it is now in your position to explore all of these measures and see how you can use it in pushing for or to avoid ethical violations or boundary violations, and also to see how you can put yourself in a position to practice in a way that will maintain the trust of the profession, because that is one of the responsibility you have as far as the social work profession is concerned. So thank you for being such a good student throughout the course of this class and in other engagements previously. You've demonstrated the fact that you're worthy in character, and I want to expect or believe that this is how we put ourselves in order as far as this social work profession is concerned at whatever area we find ourselves. So the purpose for this course is to expose us, or the course has exposed us to some, or to the principles, values, and ethics of the social work profession. Having known this and having been exposed to the basics, it is now expected that you go further to explore further scenarios, further examples, because that would also constitute or make confirm to the fact that you are a competent social worker and you're bent on building and developing yourself. Thank you for listening, and it is now time for us to welcome questions or reaction as far as this course is concerned.
Hello,
but before
sir.
then, we interest you to know that we've come to the conclusion of this class.
Hello,
Please,
sir.
your questions and reactions are welcome.
Hello, sir.
Please, who is speaking?
Hello. Hello, Ronald.
Please,
hello, sir.
go on.
So I'm grateful.
Ronald, we can hear you. Mr. Ronald,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Good evening, sir. And good evening to colleagues. Sir, I am grateful to be part of these lectures for more than 4 weeks ago. In fact, and I will continue saying that I will be communicating with you in the course of our profession as a social worker. You have made my day and you have made my profession so light to me as an individual and my colleagues as well, that I've had the opportunity to listen to you. Yes, indeed, it was more of interaction than being lecture. You have shown us the way as a student of final professional examination of social work. Indeed, in the course of this lecture, I have learned there are certain rules, professional certain rules that will guide us as a social worker in order to achieve our set goals. Our major laboratory is the social world, which we are part of it. And through the professional ethics and conduct, I have learned that we deal with individuals, families, and the communities. And what will give us the clear positive insight of those people that we are dealing with as our clients is when we are acting professionally and allow our ethics and the code of conduct to be our watchword. That is when we are indeed acting professionally. So I'm much grateful at this point that we have ended this course. but I know that we have not ended in the real terms. That sometime in our lives, we have the cause to just ask of more from you, and you will be available for us at that moment. Thank you for your time that you have spent with us. I am grateful, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you immensely, Mr. Ronald, for that warm and encouraging thoughts from you. I appreciate them. But just like you rightly said, this is we've come to the end of our class for this course, but it's not the end. Feel free to engage me in whatever question you have privately or on that our WhatsApp platform.
Yes, sir.
If you have any question, you can ask, and your colleagues that have the answers to those questions can react to your questions. And if I see you struggling with those questions, I can always give my input. It has been a wonderful time. I hope we can always meet to work together as far as the social work profession is concerned. Thank you. Take care and enjoy the rest of it.
You're welcome. We love you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you too.
We enjoyed the class.
Thank you, young prof. Young prof, you don't go to Latu today.
Thank you,
Young
sir. I
prof,
really enjoyed
you
the
did not
class.
go to Latu today.
God bless you.
I'm on my way now. I'm already coming home.
Hey, you went to Latu and you are, hey, now,
You can hear the honk now from the vehicle.
yeah.
I'm in the bus as I'm speaking. I've been on the
Hey,
road for
yeah.
the past 1 hour. This so you have to tell me some of those things.
It's well.
Especially today's lecture, sir. I need it.
Wonderful. Bye.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Yes. We are going now. Wear your slippers. Yes, I'm done. Let's go. Let's go. Hope your daddy carried his key. Yeah, okay, let's go. Long piece. Long piece. Your daddy carry key. No, locus. Hey, locus. They stay outside. Lock the door. What? I'm coming. Three. Trinity. Three. Come here. What is that? I'm going to give it just food.
Mommy, they said that in our phone, they said there's one children cartoon like Bible, and they said if you want to yeah, yeah. Or you want why Yes, that's center voice. Mommy, guys. Mommy, yeah, mommy. So every time we see each other, sometimes we come. Nice. Jojo is 5 months. Yes. Bye. Bye. Good evening, sir.
All right. That is that. How about my son? Hi, the one. Everybody type. Okay. And that. So I like. What of my son? Absolutely. Okay. You appreciate. Yeah, you said you have done that already. Yeah. Okay. All right. I told you that. I know you that, right? Yeah, I'm not going to say. Sometimes, if I'm not tired, I'll go by sleep or if I'm not, let me say, because everybody have, no, you go before, how I normally go to family. No.